Okay, so testing one, test. Right, so we're back again this evening. I want to start looking at finalizing some of these tracks. In particular, the drums, because of what is it? There's a few things that needed to be corrected, and I need to jump on that now while there's still time. And I'm not gonna. I've decided I'm not gonna actually bother with trying to mess around too much with the vocal tracking at this stage. I'm not really in a place to be able to actually do the vocal tracking and feel confident with that at this stage. So what we want to do is we want to find the problematic area with the drums. And in order to do that, we will have to listen to the entire track as a whole, and then see where the specific area is that needs to be tackled. So that's the practice. Wrong track. Let's get it a little bit longer. Okay, so just right about here is where we're encountering the first problem, and that is basically the timing with the drums and the kick in particular. So there's two things we can do. We can take and we can basically rake back the bass, the piano, or we can simply fix the drums. Mr. Spunk says hi from Argentina. Hello there. So yeah. So what? It's sometimes in this instance it's not clear about what needs to be done because oftentimes it is the drums that's the culprit that's out of time. Other times it's your bass and whatever instruments that come afterwards. So, and you know, it could be one simple drum that is out. And the beauty about using Logic is you get a feature in it called flex time. Now, some people will use flex time to its extremes, and if something's not quite, you know, in time, they will try and quantize the shit out of the drums and get everything perfectly lined up to the grid. And that is absolutely not the approach that I'm taking to this or any music that I make. It is simply reserved for, number one, very small fraction of a second errors that are glaring, and because I'm recording every single instrument and putting all of the work in, oftentimes it's nearly impossible to have everything perfectly in time whenever you're recording, and short of doing the whole thing over 10 million times to get the perfect take perfectly, you know, in time, or at least as much as in time as you can be. Short of doing that, the lesser of the two evils is using flex time. And so that's what we're going to be looking at doing here. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to just take a loop point just in and around here. And I want to solo the drums simply because I want to see if there's something logically wrong with my timing with the drums, if it's that the bass and the piano has come late. So I'm going to hit solo here. So I'm going to hit solo, so you won't be able to hear me. And what it appears to be, it's a little bit hard to detect, but there is just very much like a very small fraction of amount of time where I've come in just too early with that kick. And what it's resulted in is the rest of the track, so the bass and the drums, the bass and the piano, they're kind of trying to, you know, land logically where that would have hit had I been in time. So it's a little bit hard to decide on what we do. I mean, do we just take the actual kick itself on the kick track and move that sample? Or do we export the drums as one single stereo track and just move, hopefully that kick is going to be isolated enough to where we can move it within the stereo track? Or do we go into the piano and the bass and try to toggle that around and get it to follow where the kick has fallen? Just to be perfectly safe, what we will do is we're going to we're just going to take and create a loop point over the entire track. And we're going to export the drums as one complete track, and see if we can manipulate just the drums itself. Okay, so while the drums are bouncing to a single stereo track, we're going to think about how we want this to work in context with the bass and the piano. Now, like I said, there's two different things we can do. We can take and we can move the kick sample just over very slightly. We were just very slightly out of time. And it's a lot easier to do that with a stereo track instead of doing the mix as it stands inside the sequencer, because if you try and move samples with an acoustic kit, you're going to have problems elsewhere, because you're going to get reflections from that kit in every other mic, so it's going to sound a little bit weird. Whereas if you utilize flex time over a single stereo track, you can actually take, for instance, like if you're not using overheads, like I'm not using overheads for this drum kit. There's a very specific reason why, but if you are doing your best to isolate each drum sound, you can get away with a lot as far as moving things around and things not sounding weird. Bearing in mind, we're using Logic Pro 10, which is it's a bit old version now, but it works. And I think, I'm not even sure how much the algorithm has improved inside of Logic Pro 12 or on, or, whatever they're on now. But it sounds pretty good to me, especially if you're using the monophonic setting. So we're going to go in, and now, since we have the single stereo pair, we should have it in here somewhere. Let's see if we can come down here and find that and put it back into the track. Okay, here we go. So we're just going to drop that down here, and that's made a brand new track for us down below. And let's go ahead and turn the main vocal back on here. Okay, so we're back on the main mic. We're back on, are we? No. And so we hope to be taking the exported drums and being able to just manipulate the kick drum inside of that. So we're going to take and turn the snap back on, wherever in the world that is. Snap to grid. And that should be, and it's not doing it. We need unfortunately, you have to kind of zoom in to the 0 point there to make sure everything's snapped properly. We're going to take snap to grid off again, and we need smart. We need the smart snap on, and unfortunately, it's not doing that for us. So we're going to have to zoom right in as close as we possibly can, and this is This is where the struggle happens. We're having to resize and get exactly where we need to be. Which is always a struggle. And you see right here, we are millisecond, like I'm talking millisecond off, which can very much screw things up. We're zoomed right in now. So I'm thinking that is going to be okay. And to get really fussy, we're just going to go right in there and just go, okay. That looks to be on point. I'm going to zoom back out, and now we're going to mute the individual drum parts. So this, the 5 individual drums, they're muted. And we're going to bring this fellow up closer. We don't want it obviously inside of the drum bus, but we want to be able to see where and how we might be able to move around the sample to correct that one little tiny mistake that we made with the drumming. And the reason I'm doing this, short of, like I said, going back and re-recording everything, it saves time. Yes, it is still classed as cheating, but it's on such a level as you have to say to yourself, well, look, you're the one there organically playing the drums. You're not sitting there clicking little buttons trying to program a drum beat, right? There's a hell of a lot of work you've already put in. So this is to diminish a glaring problem that can throw off the listener. That's an undesirable mistiming, and therefore it's justified. I could go back again and I could nail the drum part, but the likelihood of that happening at this stage, because the original timing is set to my normal drum take, is very slim. So these are kind of the things you have to say to yourself, well, are you willing to accept a subpar mistake, or are you willing to utilize the technology available to help that? And in this case, because I've made probably 3 or 4 mistakes during the whole entire drum take, we're going to let technology assist us. Okay. So we're going to listen back to the entire track now, and with the acoustic drum, or the drum samples, sorry, the drum performance muted, and we just have this single stereo mix here. So here we go.
That's the practice. Let's get it a little bit longer next time.
I have no idea why that just jumped up in volume. These should all be muted, but they're not. So we're going to have to individually mute them. And that should be fine now. Okay. So we got another problem. So something's not right. I'm not sure why that is now out of time. But what we probably need to do is we need to restart it. We need to go over the whole thing again. And we're just going to get rid of the flex time that we did here. We're going to just delete this track, delete that, and we'll have to re-export, and just making sure that everything in the locator range is lined up. And there should be a shortcut to doing this. There should be a button that I can actually push the locators to the selection. And I can't quite remember how to do that. So we're going to do a quick Google search and see how that's done. Because we need it to be perfectly on point. So, locator to selection, Logic Pro 10. Okay. Okay, so in Logic Pro, you can quickly set locators, the yellow circle cycle range, to a specific section by selecting a region or MIDI event and pressing Command U. Okay, all right, easy done. Easily done. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to select all of over these and go Command U. And that should do it. Just to make sure I'm not hallucinating, Command U. Yes, it's done it. Okay. Now we will re-export. And this is really one of my least favorite things that I do. Honestly, I love it when there are takes that don't require any sort of doctoring. I prefer days like that when I get just a perfect take and I can leave it as is. It's not a fun process doing it like this, but we do it anyway. So there will eventually come a time where my timing gets tight enough where these things are really kind of just like an afterthought of going back and trying to time align a few samples that are out. And honestly, look, on any given day, I will just export. If it sounds good to me, I'll just export it and leave it. Even if there is a slight bit of a timing problem. But the only thing is, because this particular track, this particular song, things are kind of laid bare as far as the instrumentation goes, and so any kind of fluctuation with the timing really kind of sticks out, and it's one of those things where it is hard to make those things sound good. Okay, and now at this stage we want to mute that drum track, and then we want to go in and we're going to go, just going to drag this in here right to the very beginning, and this should and it hasn't done it, but What I'd like to do, I'd like also, well, I've got Google opened up here. I want to see how we can move this waveform directly to the beginning of the cursor, and do it just with a click of the button. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So move. What do we want? We want to move. Okay. So move selection to what is it? To cursor in Logic Pro 10. And thank you everybody for the likes. I have 9 people in the room and 3 likes, so thank you so much. Okay, so AI says to move a selected region to the playhead or the cursor in Logic Pro 10, press the semicolon key, which triggers the move region event to playhead position command. Okay, we're going to try it. We're going to try it and see if it works. Keep your fingers crossed. And it did it. Wow. That's handy. That's really handy. So if you ever need to do that, hit your semicolon button, which is, I'll type it in on here. If nobody knows what a semicolon is, it's this thing. Okay, cool. I didn't know what a semicolon was until that, just then. Okay, we got that done, so we're going to bring this track all the way up and put it near, let's put it near the bass, because this is where we're having the problem, and so I think it's appropriate to keep it there. All right, and for whatever reason, I hope it hasn't gain adjusted everything, but we're going to go ahead and play the track and see where we can pick out the problem. Up, redo drag, okay. Here we go. Ooh, bit harsh there, but that's because it readjusted the gain without my permission. We'll have to fix that. So here's where the problem is. And the other thing we want to do is we want to put a marker here. So while I've got Google open, we want to create a marker. Create marker in Logic Pro 10. Just so we can always know where the problem spots are. Okay, so to create a marker in Logic Pro 10, press Option plus apostrophe to add a marker to the playhead position on the fly. So Option plus apostrophe. Okay. And it looks like it's really the kick that's out. Okay, so where's the apostrophe key? Okay, on a standard US QWERTY keyboard, okay, the apostrophe key is located to the right of the semicolon key, directly beside the enter key. Okay. Okay, so Shift plus that one. Okay, cool. All right, so Shift. Did it do it? I don't think it did it. I don't see a marker. Aha, okay. So that did do it. But, oh no, it did. It made two markers, so we want to get rid of that. So undo create marker. Oh no, it did it right. Okay, so redo create marker. All right, cool. Okay, so now we have our marker, and we should be able to rename that what we want, but I don't think it's gonna let us for whatever reason. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go in. And we're going to see just on the drum track here if we can just very carefully just move that kick sample. I don't know if we're going to get away with it, but we'll try. Okay, now on listening to it for about the fifth or sixth time, I'm kind of noticing that maybe moving the actual the kick isn't the answer. Maybe we can get away with possibly working with the bass and piano track. So we'll try that instead. So we want to come in and we want to turn on flex time for the bass. So Flex and follow is on. So we should just be able to create a flex point down here. Okay, so now that we've made the flex point, we should be able to move that around fairly easily now without a problem. And it's as simple as that. Basically, all we've done is gone in and we chose to move around so subtly, very slightly, just a few tiny little samples, and it's made all the difference in the world. That sounds so much better, so much more natural, and we didn't have to go in and re-record the damn thing. So let's listen to it once more here. Yeah, so I like that a lot better. That sounds a lot more natural. And again, it's so simple to just go in here and say, okay, here's a hit point, here's a hit point. We can just very carefully, very easily just take and move those just around, because Flex Time basically looks at the audio as this stretchy, elastic thing, to where you can just slide things around pretty much. It's very handy in these extreme situations. So we're going to go ahead and listen to the rest of the track and see if we can pick out anything else that's really glaringly out of time that we can kind of fix on the fly. So, and the great thing was, it turned out to be that whilst it was the kick that was off, it was so simple to just take the bass and say, okay, well, the bass is in and along the same very similar frequency range. We're on the low end of the frequency range. So we can kind of get the bass to, if we can get the bass tight with that kick, then it can kind of fool us into thinking that that particular part is in time without having to go into the drums and mess anything up. And it's far better to do that with the bass if you can than it is to try and mess with the kit, because there are so many different frequencies, such a vast frequency range with a drum kit, as opposed to a bass that you're going to have to deal with. And a bass is monophonic. Generally speaking, it's going to be monophonic, and therefore a lot easier to kind of cover up that mistake, which is really good. It's very handy. So we ended up just having to work on the bass with that one. Now, not to say that we'll be able to do that with the rest of the track, but we'll see. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. And let's play back from where we were. So we want to go to marker 2 there. And this is coming up on the hit point that we just corrected right here. Sounds a lot more natural. Okay, so anomaly number 2. And this to me sounds like a problem with the actual drums itself. So let's just scroll over that and listen back just to the drums. Okay, now this issue here is unfortunately one of those things that just happened when I recorded the drums. This was just a very sloppy hit with the kick. The kick came in probably on point, but what happened was when I hit the cymbal hit about probably 2 or 3 samples late. And so therefore, there's not really a whole lot we can do with it. Other than we could borrow a sample that's similar along the timeline, and we could copy and paste that over the problematic area. But we're going to just listen back to it and see if it's really that bad, number one, and see if there's anything else we can possibly do without having to drop in a sample. Could we take the bass and maybe move it slightly to get it to behave better? I don't think we're going to get away with it, so we will probably have to say, all right, let's just try one thing here. It almost actually seems like the kick is coming too early. So is it possible then that we could maybe take that sample and go, all right, let's come over here. We have flex time turned on, or we did. So we're going to turn on flex for the drums this time. It's going to analyze, and it's going to give us just down here, as you can see now, we have a whole bunch of hit points that we can zoom in, and we can then create a flex time marker here, which we've done. And what that does is it not only sets 1, but it sets about 3. And it does that for a reason, because if you try and just take 1 hit point and move it around, that's going to yank the entire track back this way. So if you think about flex time in the sense of you are working with audio that is kind of like in this rubber band situation. You're working with it in the sense that it's just this flexible piece of material that you have to nail down on one point and then move around to another one. It's very much the same. So We're going to go ahead and play it back at this stage and see where this troublesome sample is, and we're going to see what we can do to fix it. Yeah, and so it just does seem like it comes in a little bit late. So what if we just took it here and we went back maybe, what, 2 or 3, maybe 5 samples back here and see what happens. We have loop C2D. Hi, how you going? And so that's way too early now. Now let's go way a little bit too late. Maybe a bit too late, so let's go back. Let's zoom in a little bit further. We're going to bring it in just about there. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to get into more of these educational sort of live streams and things not being chaotic. So that sounds a little bit more on point. It's not perfect, but again, by the time we get done putting other things over this track, it is going to be barely noticeable. We're talking about a thousandth of a sample being a problem. So, you know. One thing we might want to do, though, is we might want to just see if we can solo the bass and the drums. You won't be able to hear me for a minute, but solo the bass and the drums and see if we can really get these two to smash up really nicely. Okay, so we have John Forshow. John Forshow says just put a bit of reverb. You won't notice the cuts. That is something we could definitely do, John. The trouble is because of the way that we want to have this mixed, reverb is going to kind of, especially if we have reverb going on in the lows, it's going to kind of muddy things up where we don't want it muddied. But that you're right, you can do that. You can do that. It depends on how much reverb we're talking, but yeah. So the thing is, we're kind of going for that sort of Steve Gadd, gaucho drums. Even though this sounds nothing like Steve Gadd's drumming or drums. We want to kind of take the same approach, and to be fair, I mean, they used Wendell for their drums, first ever drum computer for their drums on that album, at least a great deal there of the drums. So that's kind of what we're doing here. We're utilizing this ripple effect that Wendell, the computer drummer, gave us. But yeah, you can use a bit of reverb. That's good. Thank you for that. All right, let's listen back and just see in context. So let's bring back the rest of the mix here. Something's still not sitting right. And short of going back and re-recording the sample or moving another sample, copying and pasting, which I don't want to do. There is a sweet spot there that we're nearly getting to, and we just got to keep messing around with it until we get it. So why don't we, at this stage then, say that maybe the bass can be manipulated just a little bit. And so we go into the bass and we go, okay, where's our sample? Okay, so our sample's here. So we're going to just hit there. That's creating a sample point or a split point. Little marker for us. And trouble now being that I can't find the rest of the actual thing because the zooming. I really hope that they fixed all this with Logic Pro 12 with the zooming portion here. So that should bring us into line now. So maybe it's something that we can just move the bass around and fix that. And okay, yeah. So moving that bass around made it sound better. And the reason for that is that, like I said, the bass guitar and the kick drum are in very similar frequency ranges, so it's going to be very easy to get them to line up and play nicely. So I think that's probably got it. Let's listen back in context, and let's take this loop point off. Now we've got a different kind of problem. The kick seems to be maybe just a little bit coming in too early. Let's bring it back in. And move it around. Okay, something interesting I figured out too is that there's if you have a look just here, it's nearly impossible to see when you zoom in, but there's this little tiny fragment of where we've got another kick sound happening. I could take that out of there, or I could just chalk it up to look, well, maybe there's just this very, very, at this point, very subtle imperfection. And it's not about butchering the whole thing. It's about, you know, making a very quick adjustment and going, okay, this sounds so much better than it did before. And we're talking a total of maybe 4 or 5 errors that I made with the drums, and possibly with the bass as well. So, all right, we're going to move on from that. We're going to actually play it back once more. And at least at that stage, it's in time. We've got a little bit of flubbiness happening, but honestly, putting everything into context and for the sense that we're going to put more instruments over the top of it later, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Got to move on. Got to. It's touch and go at this stage with this process. Right about here, something's coming in late. I don't know what it is. It doesn't sound that bad. It's enough to be noticed, but maybe it's worth taking a look. There's a clump clumpy thing happening here. So what is it? So we look at it straight away, we can see that, all right, okay, so the bass has come in too early, just here, just at the beginning of this of the waveform there. So that's easily fixed. All we got to do is, again, come in with flex time and go, all right, let's create a hit point here, which is going to give us 3 down here. And just very carefully, very simply, just move that back until we can visually see up the top there that that's moving that either right in time or very slightly back. Maybe there. Let's listen to it. And that sounds much more natural. It sounds far more natural than how it sounded before. We don't have that clumpiness happening anymore. So. Okay, similar things happening here, just a little bit where our cymbal and kick aren't quite lining up. And unfortunately, there isn't much we can do about that, but we do have the option of moving the kick or moving the bass. Let's just listen just a little bit here. So if we look at it at the 0 point crossing here, we can see that, yeah, okay. I don't want to move the kick back anymore, because if we do that, it's already stretching out the time a little bit too slower, a little more slower than it already is. So again, we want to come up here to the bass and say, okay, let's make another hit point here. I'm just going to put another one over here just to be safe. And we want to literally just click, and we want to drag that bass ever so slightly more in line with the kick sample. And I don't know if it's going to let me do that with any real precision here unless I get real close there. So let's listen now and see if we can. That is better. It's slightly better, and honestly, by the time we get done, you know, we're going to have a guitar over this thing just going nuts. We're going to have probably another synthesizer on top of it. But so by the time we get done with that, we're going to chalk it up to character, pretty much. And also, we're possibly going to fade out at that stage too. So it's one of the things I've done this for so long. I'm learning now at this stage of the game the tendency to really just get sucked into the whole edit process, which is non-musical. You're working with samples, just moving things around and things like that. You're more you might as well be you might as well be doing art on the screen at that stage, because you're just working with these little samples, moving things around. Don't spend a whole lot of time doing that. There has to become a stage where you're like, okay, you're either happy with the performance enough to where you're happy to change a few things, or you just have to start over and record again. But at this stage, don't let it get in the way of you going, okay, let's just get this out. It already sounds good. And relying on, no one's going to be sitting here picking that out unless it's a glaring fucking mistake that you're going, I can't live with it. Move on from it and just go, okay, we can live with the track how it sounds. It's fine. And, eventually, once you get everything else piled on there, you'll be fine. So don't stress about it. That's what I'm learning from doing this. Even that little mess up there where we got out of syncopation, honestly, it happens. So I'm going to listen one more time and see if there's not anything else we could possibly do to make it a little bit more feeling like it's in time. And it may simply be, at this stage, it's the piano on top that needs to be shifted around slightly. And yeah, we can certainly do that. The piano seems to be coming in just slightly late. Or we can go down to the drums again. We can say, okay, maybe we can just take the drums, take that kick sample, and just go, all right, we're going to take a chance. We're going to, just right here, we're going to slide it just a sample. Not even that far. About there. A little bit farther back. No. I want it just behind the cursor there. If you can see that. And for some reason, it's not picking up the cursor on the OBS. But let's listen back to it now with that kick moved ever so slightly in to accompany the bass. All right, we're going to play it now. Oh, that's worse. Sometimes that happens. So that is ever so slightly worse. So we know we definitely don't want that kick coming up anywhere closer. We want it further away. It's going to come back here and say, all right, that didn't work out, so we're just going to move you back just slightly there. And it's good enough. That right there, it's good enough. Because at this stage, if you get too sucked into the whole editing thing, it then becomes non-musical. And you go crazy trying to fix every little thing then. All right, it just needed a few touch-ups here and there. Now we're going to go ahead and listen to the entire track again in context, everything together. All right. So, yeah, it sounds fine until that one last sample that we're having a problem with. So, we might try and look at it a little bit further in detail, see if there's anything we can do without having to either re-record or pop in a sample to correct that. That's just the only glaring mistake on this thing that I can hear anyway. All right, so let's come in and see if there's anything we can possibly do. Boom. I just hear this boom. Boom. So how do we fix that? Do we just maybe move the kick back further? Maybe we have a late kick and a early bass. I don't like it. Partly because the symbol is in such a stupid way. I'm afraid we're going to have to get in and we're going to have to we're just going to have to create a new sample. That it's got to stop. That can't happen. So let's come into the base. Let's put back whatever we've stretched out with that, and let's go. Okay. But then again, though, maybe there's another way. No, that's got to go. That particular one has to go, unfortunately. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to snip there. It is not. It's non-operable. Maybe what we can do is we can look for a similar loop within the recording that we can then move back into place to compensate. And we want to roll this back a little bit so we got some room. Keeping in mind, it's kind of dangerous at this stage because the tempo is not locked. So the likelihood of us finding a suitable replacement could be tricky. More that I think about it, though, what we should do maybe is just bite the bullet, get back behind the drum set, and just for that one section, let's give it a shot. So we're moving into a fill here. Okay, so we're going to go. Going to cut it there and say, okay. Cut the same space out with the drums down here. Scroll over all these and go, all right. Up to there. And rather than delete, we're going to mute them. They're already muted, so we're going to unmute. over here. I'm just going to mute these parts. And see if we can come up with another fill that's going to lock in a little bit easier, a little bit nicer. Okay. It can be done. We just have to do it and hope for the best. And from time to time, these things will come up. There's no other way. You just have to make the decision on whether you want to spend the time and do it, give it some pizzazz or not, you know. The other thing I am entertaining, though, is I'm thinking about the possibility is that we could in fact take this opportunity to extend the drum track in case we wanted to have this thing go for longer. And I was thinking about that, so maybe let's just put in a little bit more effort here and go, okay, let's extend it. In which case, then we just we go ahead and take and mute these, and we'll get back behind the kit. So now, now obviously we have the issue of nothing's going to line up with that. So what I'd like to do is maybe emulate where we slowed down just a little bit there. Maybe we can hit at least then the kick and the ride like that instead of all sloppy like we did in the recording. So maybe that could fix it up. Or this. We could even just do it as simple as this. We could just record a series of or, and we could drop that in. I'm actually in favor of doing that. So we're trying to drop in. We're slowly getting there. Getting there. Okay, so let's just see how that went. And honestly don't hold much hope for that. I think it's probably that we're going to have to put in a sample. And wouldn't you know it though, we did hit that cymbal again a little bit too late. Okay, so we'll try that. This actually has me thinking it might have something to do with surely it's not the it's not that the mics are out of phase. It's not a phase issue. So let's just undo that, and let's see if we can just honestly just hit some bass and cymbal samples. Pop it in there like that. And we'll try it that way simply because to try and match up everything that's happening there, we're going to have a bit of a problem. So let's see if we can just drop in the appropriate sample. I'm thinking let's try that one. So it must be me. It must be me that's having the issue with that kind of drummer's glue, I think. See, and I'm not a drummer. Honestly, I could do enough to get by. But it's one of those things where, yeah, those glaring problems, if you don't at least hit what you're supposed to hit at the same time, you're going to have this thing where it sounds like you're out of phase or this delay is happening when it's in fact it's just shitty drumming. So, all right, so let's unmute this part here, and let's see where we're up to. Aha, so it's this one that needs to be taken out. So we're going to go ahead and then say, all right. Now we've got another problem. There's some cymbal rides after that. So maybe it's not this one, maybe it's this one. Probably that one. Probably that one. It's not as dramatic, but I'll take it. Ah, come on now. Let's just... Ah, come on now. Undo, divide. Undo, divide. Do the whole thing at once. And let's get rid of the excess here, because we won't be using any of that. We're going to take all this and move it back. Undo, drag. Aha, so here's the shitty sample we got to move it into line with. Right smack dab there. And then we're going to go ahead and cut this out. And hopefully with any luck, that'll line up. And the issue will be resolved. Get it right to there. Take that and then just come right before. We want to do, we want to see if we can do a crossfade just here, and take one here, and hopefully that's going to, oh no, okay, we got to do it on all of them. And before we screw this up, we're going to go ahead and select all, and then we're going to fade all. And this sounds like crap at the moment, but there's a reason. It does. We're gonna fade back in everything else here. And before everyone jumps and goes, oh, that's all out of time, the whole truck is out of time, well, there's a way to fix that too. And we're going to fix that later in post. We could just bounce it all to one stereo, and we could just take that millisecond of time out. We can do that. There's a program called RX. We can fix that with very efficiently. However, but this is all about getting the sample to where it's not going to be crazy. We want to just slightly bring up the gain on all of these. We just go 1 dB. Let's try for 2 dB. Obviously these aren't going to be on, so we need to just mute this slot back here so we're not getting weird phasey sounds. I think that could probably stand to go up another dB, just another decibel. And just make sure that that fade is not cutting into anything important. If it's not, that's good. Okay. There's a few things that come to mind. That little pause there could be an effect. We could work around that, honestly. I mean, if we're, say for instance, if we're really ripping it up on guitar or whatever, that could just be a little hesitation. You know, we might not even want to fix that by the time we're done recording what we're recording. We might think, oh, this is really cool. This is a little bit of a slowdown here, you know? Because contrary to popular or contrary to the popular thing about having everything perfectly in time, sometimes there were slowdowns in rock. You know, there were slowdowns, speed ups, and these things really helped to make rock and roll music what it was. It's that subtle imperfection. You know, you might not even be able to audibly tell what's going on, but there's an organicness there to it. There's a certain imperfection there that is pleasing to the ears, and not saying mine is pleasing to the ears, but that principle is something you have to really kind of get with the program if you want to make stuff that sounds old, and I'm into that. So anyway, let's go ahead and play the entire track back for reference, and you'll notice as I'm going along, if you look down at the fader section here, I'm making these micro adjustments on the faders simply because in the cans I'm hearing, for instance with a bass, we're gonna have to roll that off a little bit. Gonna have to roll it off because I can already tell it sounds really good through the cans, but once it gets to the monitors or anything else, we're having this sub-low frequency that's going to be screwing things up. So I'm in favor of cutting that, and I'll see about doing that here in a minute. At least a little bit. Maybe not, maybe not a severe cut. Maybe just having it fall off, Same thing with the piano. I'm hearing a lot of bass in the piano, and even though we're doing a mid-side with the master EQ, we're doing mid-side, so basically our piano's on that side. It's already cutting out a bit of hunk of the bass, of the low end on that piano, but it's still a little bit kind of muddy. Can't live without you. Can't leave. All right, that was fun. Ooh, I don't like that tom. That tom was a little bit too beefy. I'm gonna smack the tom down. Okay, so yeah, right. So there's a few things that need tweaking. Like for instance, that tom was coming in too hot. I heard it really just in the ear in the cans. It was just boom, this really booming sound. So what I'd like to do is I'd kind of like to come in, maybe utilize compression just on that particular one, or I could bring down the gain. If I do that, then we're going to have to re-export the drums and hope for the best. But maybe it could be something. I was talking about this a little bit earlier, where on some of these early recordings, you will have instruments that for a moment in time they stick out. Things stick out here and there. You either have your bass sticking out, or you've got a keyboard part that really just kind of sears sort of over the whole spectrum and is kind of the loudest thing at one particular moment. Sometimes that can be a desirable thing. So it's not, it's not an indicator to go ahead, let's just get rid of it. Let's just smack it down. Let's just fuck it off. Sometimes you have to go in and you have to say, all right, well, this is kind of an effect. Like, at a certain part of this song, we're getting this thing that's happening. It sounds really fun. It sounds kind of wild and out there. Maybe let's keep it. Or if we don't particularly want to keep it, maybe let's tame it with something else. Let's say, for instance, like the tom is just out of whack, so maybe we make that a feature of the whole thing and we don't worry about it. But let's think about it. Let's keep it in the back of our minds at this stage. And then think about now possibly just doing another export on these tracks. And let's do some stem work. So basically we're going to go in here and say, all right, we need to solo the drums. And we're going to go ahead and solo the whole kit here, as well as the backup. Making sure everything's in proportion as well, because I have a feeling it's gonna pull the gain out of whack, because Logic has a tendency to do that. You'll record at a certain volume, and then when it plays it back, it wants to push it at a certain volume. I haven't figured out a way to turn that off, but we'll make sure it's all seamless and in context. I'm going to play it back from that point. Okay. So this can actually give us an opportunity here to fix the curve on this fade, because what we want is we want that kick to come in but not conflict with the rest of everything. That's more natural. Now we listen back in context. And that to me sounds a little bit more natural. It's not perfect yet again. But if we work with these fades, we can kind of bring things into line enough to where they're not going to be a problem. Let's work that fade. And that one's not going to work, so let's bring it back to where it was. So we certainly don't like that, so we're going to go ahead and let's do a more severe fade. Let's go about probably there. That's far more natural than it was before. I'm going to take it and if there are further samples that need to be dropped over that part to patch it up. Basically, that's what we're doing. We're patching a hole. And right now it looks ugly, but by the time we get done putting that final sheen over the whole thing, it's going to be fine. Okay, so that sounds good. We're going to solo that. We're going to solo the kit, and we are going to re-export the drums, and that's going to be it for the drum kit. What I'd really like to do is I would like to get this actually selected properly. Everything's in focus there. And what was that? Semicolon. Okay, so it was semicolon and shift, was it? Option semicolon. Let me make sure. So shift semicolon. No, that's a marker. So shift and no. That's not what we want. We want all of that highlighted, and we want oh yeah, okay, Control U. That's Command U, and that brings everything back. That snaps everything over what we need. And let's listen back to make sure we got it. And that sounds fine. So let's go ahead and export. And this time we're not going to worry about... No. I think we'll keep it on there. Let's keep it on there because we got to account for the tilt fixing the bass as well. So project selection, we go OK. And this is final drums. And so we go, what's the name of the song? Actually, what we'll do is we go final, drum, current, and we go there. We go bounce. And now we should be pretty happy with that. Honestly, there isn't much further we can take that repair. Again, aside from recording the entire thing again, it's not going to make a difference. So we're just waiting on that to export, and then we can go back in and say, all right, how do we like the final mix? And then we just start ripping the stems. And that'll be pretty much it for the day. So let's see what we got. All right, so we're going to take that and drop it in. Going to delete this particular one. And what was that trick that we learned? We want to bring this to here. So what was that? So press the semicolon key. Okay. That's all we have to do. Okay. So semicolon. Aha. Snaps it into place. Alright, so let's mute the drums. Listen back to the exported drum and make sure everything's... No, I want to mute those. Don't want to delete it. I just want to mute it. Okay. Okay, why are they sounding freaky? Something happened. So what happened? What actually happened? Drums are sounding weird. And this, my friends, is why we don't delete. We go, okay, let's just put this in the background. Because what we want to do now is we want to bring... I'm not sure why that happened. Okay, so what happened? What happened? Why are the drums sounding weird? Okay, let's figure this out. Let's bring the previous drums in. We're going to replace that here and figure out what went wrong. CJ's random guitar noise. Fire. All right, so we go, what was it, command? No. We do semicolon, and that should take it back to the loop. Okay, so semicolon. So why does this sound weird? So something clearly has gone wrong. Alright, let's mute that and let's bring the original drums back in. This is why we don't delete anything. And this is how it's supposed to sound. But upon export, something has gone wrong. So let's figure out what that something is. But first of all, I want to come over here. I want Let's see if there's any way we can just bake in that sample that we had to correct here. And I don't think there is going to be a way. And now that's not even lining up where it's supposed to be. Okay. But now it sounds normal. No. There's some kind of a widening thing. You know what it is? I figured it out. What it is the... Because, okay, here we go. Every time we've actually exported this drum loop, or this, it's not a drum loop, this is a drum performance. Every time we've exported, what's happened is because we have a high and low pass that is running mid-side, every time it's been exported, it's been getting wider and wider and wider. So that's why it sounds off. So, okay, note to self, whenever we are exporting anything, you got to make sure that tilt is turned off and let it do its job one time, and leave the rest off, because if you don't, that's just going to keep, it's like, it's, what is it like? I try. I do lose my patience though here and there, and then I just I flip out. But it's kind of like, if anybody remembers that old story, The Princess and the Pea. There's like this pea that's stuck under the mattress, right? And it's like it creates this bump. And then in order to try and fix it, you just start piling over other mattresses on top of this pea. But it's still, every single mattress you pile over it, you still know it's there. Even if you can't feel it, you know it's there. It's a problem. So you kind of have to take everything back to the source, which is, we have to take this loop back to where we had it, but we got to take it back before we exported. And we have to remove the P figuratively, so we have to take back, and have to go, okay, remove the tilt EQ and export it as just a normal file without any sort of processing after the fact. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go undo history here, and we're going to go, okay, we're going to find where we have, we did the crossfading there, we did import audio. Okay, so we're going to take it back here. And hopefully that's got the original sample in. Okay, yeah. That's got the original performance in there. Thank goodness for Logic and its ability to go back that far. So here's how it should sound. Relatively. Now, if I take... See, if we go in here and we take this tilt EQ off, we're still having that weird spread happening, but if we take out that tilt, things are going to go back to normal. I shouldn't say it's a weird tilt. This is one that I created. So, where are we at? Give me the tilt. Aha, here we go. Okay, so the tilt. And I'm gonna try and bring this up on screen so everybody can see what it is. I'm talking about what a tilt EQ. But let's see if we can find it here. Window capture, and let's bring up the tilt on the screen there. And let's go window capture. Where are we at? And OBS is kind of problematic because it doesn't want to. Sometimes it just doesn't want to bring up the window that I want to show. So let's see. Let's go to Properties. Show windows with empty names. which will be this one. Yes, it's this one. Okay, all right. Okay, so folks, here's the tilt EQ. This is what I've been referring to. That's been the problem with the processing. And because we have it set to mid-side, or side only, sorry, we have it set to side only because what we want to do is anything that's in the side field, the stereo field, we want to kind of remove the bass. There's no reason for it to be there because, I mean, honestly, I don't know in whatever instance, even in modern music, why you would want low frequency on your side channels. Especially for rock music or like soul, R&B, whatever. You want your bass nice and centered and everything kind of working with that harmoniously. So we've taken out the bass, but what's happened is that we've taken out the bass in the side channels. It's actually made a very wide stereo field for the piano, the organ, everything else. And what generally happens is anything regarding the drums, even if the drums are panned slightly, it's going to take and it's going to stretch those out too. So every time we've exported, we've had this tilt EQ sitting on. So what we have to do is we have to hit the bypass button. We've got to turn it off and then take it back to the source reference of where we've recorded and do it that way. So we've turned it off. Now let's... and I'll give you an A/B listening here. So we're going to go ahead and play it with it on. So this is with it on. This is with it off. Do you hear it? Where it's like really super wide right now? Pushed everything out that way. If you got headphones on, you can really hear it, but if you don't, you can't. But here's where we take it off. Everything is nice and centered with the kick and the snare, and your toms are kind of hitting where they should be. This is the problem. That was the culprit. That's why it's so important. Turn things off. If you're going to export, you got to make sure your master section's turned off, or elsewise you're going to just double up on everything. It's just sound weird. So that's all I was trying to show with that. And so let's come back out of here and turn that window capture off. We'll talk a little bit more about tilt EQ again later as well. It's a cool thing. Everyone should do it. It's essential. So we're going to go ahead then and come down here, and we're going to turn on all the other samples that we've recorded with the hit here. We're going to try to remember what we did, because unfortunately we can't go back another step, or we can't go forward another step. Unmute that. So for some reason that wants to stay muted. I have to figure this out. Okay. Okay, so we need that to drop back in. I don't know why this won't unmute. Here's where I start to panic a little bit. I'm like, shit, what's going on? Oh no, that's because we had that muted, or we had that soloed. So now we can have everything back. Okay. Okay, so now we want to solo the performance there. We want to solo our performance down here, and making sure, yes, that the tilt EQ is turned off, so we're not going to be double processing anything that shouldn't be. And we're going to just quickly listen back again. All right, that sounds normal. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, and that's definitely the aim, CJ. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and stick with the channel, because I'll be talking a lot more about this tilt EQ thing and just really important stuff, and it's just really simple stuff too, like that I had to learn through trial and error. So Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, so we'll go ahead now. We're just going to say, all right, this is ready now. I think we're not double processing. Let me make damn sure about this. Yeah, that's nice and centered. Okay, all right. All right, let's come in here, unmute all these. I don't know why they got muted again. We certainly need all those, and especially the transients with the ride, we need all those put back in. Okay, so we are ready to export that, and we're going to go ahead and do that. So, boom. And we're going to go best final drum current. We're still a little bit spread out on it, and I think that's from an earlier mistake that we can't go back, but it'll be fine. So we're going to go best final drum current. So bounce. Yeah, that's really cool. Definitely helps me out when I know that I've sort of showed something that someone can use. Alrighty. So that should be taking that now, and that's the other thing too, because I remember I did actually export some of the earlier stuff, even with the bass and just the piano. Actually, more so the piano and the organ. If I'm not careful, if I put this EQ back on with those, it's going to further stretch them out until, you know, the stereo field's going to basically collapse and just sound bad. And it's not even going to be like hard panning. It's just going to squash everything into the corners, which I don't want. So I have to be very mindful of that. So I'm going to unsolo that, and let's listen back to everything in context with first without the tilt, and then we're going to bring the tilt back in. This is with the tilt back on. This is without. I'm actually liking it without, because I think I've already done most of the processing before on these tracks. It's spreading them out too far now if I put the tilt back on. So this is with it on again. So he's really nice and wide, but again, probably not a great thing to do. Sounds much better to me, to my ears, that off. Okay, we're going to skip ahead now to the end where we have the repair. on the kick and the bass. So about here. So it's coming up. So again, with that repair, let's listen to the repair. Now, I've actually got plans for that. Because in post-production, I can do a really cool thing with that. I'm thinking I'm going to run the whole thing through RX, a program called RX. And what RX does, for those of you who are interested, it's an audio repair plugin. But there's a specific function that it has. It's called spectral repair. And the cool thing is, sometimes if you have like little parts in your song that are completely fucked up and you really just, you're over it, you don't want to do anything with it, and you want to make something cool out of it, spectral repair will actually take the part that you've messed up, and it kind of gives you this really wild kind of wiping effect. So I'm thinking this might be an opportunity for me to take something that's broken and make it cool. Just give it one little thing at the end that just sounds cool. People have done it ever since the dawning of multi-track recording. The Beatles did it. Todd Rundgren did it. And I'm positive that these fixes, these doctorings, these cool sounds came about sometimes when things were fucked up beyond repair, and you just had to get it to where it's like, hey, this sounds really cool, you know. So that's what we're going to do with that. If by some chance that if we start jamming over with guitar, it doesn't work, if we don't like it, doesn't, you know, we've got that option. So anyway, it's ready. It's sounding good in the earphones, in the cans. What I would like to do, though, is, and this is a pain in the ass, but I want to take all of this again with the tilt EQ turned off, obviously, so we're not spreading things out beyond recognition. And we're going to go ahead and export everything. So we're going to start with, obviously, the drums. And making sure that tilt is off. Yes, it's off. We're going to solo the drums. We're going to solo our drop-in sample here with the drums. Make sure everything is, all systems go with that, and we're going to do a final export with the drums. And so important. I mean, yeah, you got to take it back a step if you want things done right, because you got to remember the story of the Princess and the Pea. You can pile over mattresses all you want to. It's not going to fix the root of the problem, which is the pea that's stuck under the first mattress. You got to take it back. So think of your projects like that. All these are mattresses. You gotta get to the root of the problem. Okay, I'm gonna bounce that project to selection. Go. I'm gonna call this one. I don't know if anyone has ever gotten to a problem where they just don't know what to call the damn finished track anymore. I still haven't figured it out. So this is, I'm gonna call it something ridiculous. I'm gonna call it Moon Drums. Final. All right, so we're ready. I'm gonna bounce it. And while I'm waiting for that to bounce, I'm going to be thinking about another concept, which is I like the mix how it sits right now. It's nice and dynamic. It's nice and clean. There are so many things I think about whenever I hear it back. You know, I could do this to the bass. I could do this to those bells. I could put a reverb here. I could do this and this and this. It is so important, especially at this stage, to try and abstain from piling on effects. Unless that's the kind of thing that you're going to go for. It's just something sounding crazy. You know, it is up to you in that regard. But if you want to get a nice, clean, uncompressed mix that is going to really cut through, everything cut throughs on the mix, everything is just got its own sonic place and you can differentiate, that is the best place to start rather than trying to put on compression and try to get your kick drum to behave this way because that's what you've heard on some record or whatever. Shoot for clarity above all. And the other thing that you want to do as well, and which I haven't really done here, is you want to really listen on a few different things. Like you've got your headphones, obviously, that's what most people are going to listen to your mix on. A lot of people are going to listen to your mix on their phone. You want to listen through a few different things and mix through a few different things to really pick out what's going to sound the best. What you might want to consider doing is getting a metering program to where you can see where the specific frequencies are hitting. Like say for instance your kick drum, if it's conflicting with your bass frequencies, you want to fix that really quick. And oftentimes it's hard to tell with your ears. But the last thing you want is frequencies masking other frequencies. And it's just very simple. All you have to do is either you've got to cut. I would never consider boosting, only in very certain circumstances. But you want to cut or move around where your fundamental frequencies are sitting, so they're not sitting on top of each other. It's no different than to, like, say for instance, if you're cooking, if you're making a meal, obviously, say for instance, if you're adding like tandoori, if you're making a tandoori chicken, well, if you start putting in like a curry on top of that, well, the curry is just going to kind of mask what the tandoori is doing. You know, it's the same thing. You don't want to mask the taste of things. You want things to be tasted kind of where there's some glue in between, but to where you can pick out, okay, yeah, here's the I'm tasting that asparagus. I'm tasting that coriander. I'm tasting all these little ingredients that you've put into your mix, because if you don't think like that, everything's just going to turn out bland, and it's just going to turn out, you know, maybe that's the effect that you're going for. But take my advice and get everything sounding nice and clear, uncompressed, and then later on, whenever you get to the mastering stage, then you can compress the shit out of it. And then you can just do whatever you want to do with it. But 9 times out of 10, I'll tell you, what you're going to want is you're going to want that nice, clean, uncompressed sound, because that's going to give you the most dynamic range throughout your mix, throughout the entirety of the song. And it's going to make it so much more interesting than compressing the crap out of shit and putting a limiter on there to try and hit your peak volume, because I'll tell you right now, it's a whole other argument. But the more dynamic something is, oftentimes the more interesting it is, depending on the type of music they're doing. If you want to do drum and bass, even it still applies to that. If you want to do metal, it still applies to that. But get it right in the mix. That's all I'm saying. So there's a whole other thing to that. Let's move on. We've got this now exported. We've got our drums. We've got our Moon drums exported. So now we're going to take and we're going to mute the drums. Make sure everything's muted with the drums so we don't get the double on that. And now we're going to take and we're going to put back on the tilt EQ, because the these particular instruments here, the mellotron, the bass, the bells, the piano, and the Hammond organ up here, I don't know why that's doing up here, those haven't received the processing yet. So we want to just listen back to these, and then we're going to bring the drums back in for context, but just making sure we're totally happy where things are sitting. Okay, we're going to start the track now. So first of all, just the instruments, just the... Let's move it along to some of the more dynamic parts of the song. And again, we're moving on. Bass is sounding a little bit heavy in the ears, just ever so slightly. I'm going to knock it down maybe half a dB. Or maybe 1 dB. Remembering that later on we can bring all that back. We can bring all that back. We're not going to lose it. But we don't want the bass so heavy at this stage that it's going to be masking everything else, you see what I mean? And if you're wondering why those bells are so loud, there's a reason. That's the first thing. The bells are going to be the first thing that's going to be masked over once I start jamming on the guitar. Once I put the guitar track on, the synthesizers, it's going to get, it needs to be up there enough to be able to punch through. It's a feature. Okay, now for the last part, we're going to bring the drums back in for context. So let's bring this up here. Actually, we need to import the finished drum track. So we're going to go ahead and come down here. And where's the Moon drums? We need the Moon drums. Moon drums final on a brand new track. I hope it'll let us do it. Yes, it will. And we want to make sure that is back where it belongs. So we're going to go command. What was it? Command U. I think it was Command U. Okay, Command. No. All right. So it wasn't Command U. It was something else. Just got to make sure it's perfectly lined up with everything. And I don't know why we had such a problem with that here. I think that'll work. See, we're still having an issue. getting this lined up. I don't know why. So where was the original line up here? Let's bring moon drums all the way up here. And again, let's go Command U, I think it was. No. Semicolon key. I was way off. All right, here we go. Semicolon. I should move it half of a... Nope, it's still not wanting to do it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, isn't it? I think we're about there. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let's start that again, because we had a bit of distortion in this ear, and that's because I had the gain up too high. I like it. So I'm going to take these off for a second. I'm going to listen through the phone. Now, what I'd like to do
Now, what I'd like to do, because there was a step, because we have the tilt EQ set to side only. Once we roll off that bass, it's only going to be working the stuff that's in the right and left. Basically, it's our sides. So in effect, the piano, the organ, that's the only thing that's going to be affected. And I can hear over the phone, those drums are a little bit too clumpy. So let's just hear from the start here. Let's hear it now from the tilt EQ. Let's turn the tilt EQ back on, and let's bring it up on the screen. Where are we at? Oh, thank you so much, Vizzy. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Fuck is wrong with people? Yeah, you come in here saying stupid shit, you're gonna get fucking deleted. Anyway, there we go. And so we need to turn the tilt EQ back on. And let's get it pulled up on the screen here. Let's go to Properties and Logic Pro. Oh, here we go. All right. So let's listen back through the phone to the mix without, and then with the tilt EQ back on. So we're going to turn the tilt EQ off here. Let's go from the top. Not recording. We're not recording. We're gonna. Oh, this is going haywire. So this is with it off. So that's good. I'm glad that you can hear the bass. Yeah, so that's good. I'm glad that you can hear the bass. Yes, I'm glad you can hear the bass with the headphones, and that's one of the things. I'm kind of actually in two minds about the tilt EQ, simply because I mean I'm liking what's happening spatially with the tilt EQ on. However, with it off, things are kind of sounding a little bit more centered, a little bit less, I guess, stressed in the mids there. And what we can do is we can play around, like we have this set to side only, honestly. I can play back the mix and I can have it as mid only. We can see what happens with the mid. I mean, honestly, I don't want to pop the actual mids with just the midpoint. It's mainly over here that we see where things are, taking a dive here with our low frequencies. That is what the really important thing is, and that's you almost kind of need two separate tilt EQs working in tandem, if you know what I mean. Like for instance, like you would want this tilt here, where you're dropping everything off at, say, 50 hertz, just for the mid, just for your bass, your drums, your kick, and things like that. But then you want to work on your sides too. So I'm not sure how proficient Logic would be in me adding another tilt EQ. I'll have to see how that would work. If we could double up on that, but I don't know if it's actually going to work how I'm thinking it's going to work. So what might be a better way is to just physically come in here to the tracks, and then we add, say for instance, we add a tilt to the bass. So let's come in and let's say, okay, let's try and add a tilt to the bass, and let's. For now, though, what I'm thinking though, we maybe don't want to pop the mids so extreme. We've got it, 3.5 dB in the mids here. Maybe take it down to like, 1. Let's just bring it down to 1 dB, just to kind of pop things a little bit. And that's just for our side only. Let's keep it on the side only. And now I'm going to take this off of here so that it's still running. But I'm going to come into the bass channel here, and I'm going to say, all right, maybe not so much tilt as we need to come in and say, all right, let's look at the EQ that the bass is doing. And let's try and bring that up on the screen here. I don't know if it'll let us, but let's have a look. Ah, here we go. Okay, so this is for our bass guitar. We probably want to dip a little bit more from that. It's probably a little bit too bass heavy still. So let's just come in, let's play the track. Come in, let's play the track. Let's roll it off just a little bit more. Okay, yeah. So yeah, don't scrap them. Just maybe start like a new project, and if you can think of one thing, one concept, it's that shoot for clarity, and that's really it. And one of the best ways to do that is cleaning up low frequency mess. So honestly, like some people would look at this here, where I've cut that at 50 hertz for the bass. They're thinking, what's happening to all your low frequency? All your low information's gone. Well, no, it's not, because by the time you get done putting everything else in, it's going to come back in a way. Even the illusion that it's going to be there is going to come back in a way. So there are some people on here that'll fight me all day with that, and they'll say, no, you're wrong, you have no idea what you're talking about. But trust me, if you're doing this type of music, some of the low frequency cuts that they made on some of these records, you would be astounded. Some were taken all the way up to 40 and 50 cycles, where they just completely, wham, they cut it off right there. And what you're hearing on the record is not your stereo speakers at home. You know, back in the day, like when I was growing up in the 90s, I listened to vinyl records that were coming through just an old stereo, pretty much. And it had its own bass. It had its own way that the speaker was responded to that needle. And honestly, the name of the game when they cut these records, especially in the mastering facilities, was how high or where could they actually cut with the low frequency? How much could they get away with to prevent that needle from jumping whenever they actually cut the record, right? That's how it worked. So if you think of it in the same way, you want to really sculpt that low end and get it as tight as you can, and work through crummy speakers. If you got some really shitty speakers at home, you got some earbuds, work through those. But yeah, it's not about boosting that low end at all. It's about shaping it and sculpting it and getting it to behave the way that it needs to translate in everywhere. You know, earbuds into your car. Your car is really kind of the final filter, unless you have really super high-end monitors. That's all we have to work with, honestly. So anyway, there's that part of it, and there's like I was saying, we don't want to cut the fundamental frequency because we're not going to hear the lows. Part of that, though, is that this bass guitar It all depends. A lot of it depends on the gear that you've got. If you've got a good bass that can respond really well and accurately and all across the pickup range to what the strings are going to do, then you're fine. But what we're going to have to do with this bass, aside from what we've done here, we've given it just a very slight, probably 1.5 dB lift where the fundamentals are. We're going to take now and we're going to add something called a bass rider to it, and what that is, it's a plug-in from Waves Audio. It's not a compressor, although I do have a compressor on this bass, just as an initial effect. But we're going to come in and we're going to add this bass rider, and the name of the game with this bass rider is that it'll hold your, I'll have to show it to you. It holds your fader as if you would be sitting there at the console riding that bass with whenever you're doing a final mix down. It does that automatically for you, this plugin. It's fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and add that, and I'll show everybody what the bass rider is. I'm going to Waves, and we want bass rider live, bass rider mono, dual mono. Which one do we want? We want bass rider live mono, I would say. Okay, so let's bring up. Oh, there we go. It's already brought it up. So this, if it'll show the entire plugin, it doesn't want to show the fader. Why doesn't it want to show the fader? That's the most important part. Okay. Well, oh, here we go. That's because I've got it behind. All right. Let's pull this up to the very top here. All right. So there we go. So this is the bass rider. This is what I'm talking about. And this thing is just incredible with what it does. It will work with your bass. There's another one on here that works just as a volume rider. But what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure, because we've had to cut a lot of that sub low end, we want to make sure, because on our bass, when we hit the bass string, especially the low E, it's not as loud as the other strings. So we wanted to set it to where it's going to be dynamic to keep that low end where it needs to go. So let's solo the bass, and with the bass rider off first, we're going to turn it off, and then we're going to turn it on. So here's just the bass of the track. And now we're going to turn the bass rider on. And obviously, it's way too high. And we're also, we want the target range to be a bit lower than that. So we're going to bring our target down. And we want, instead of stereo, we want mono. So we're going to kick it into mid-side here. We're going to come back into the editor, into the controls. So where are we at? Right, so now we can't see the interface though. That's the only problem. So what's happened there? Oh, here we go. So we're now working in mid where we should be. But look at what this is doing. I'm not touching anything on the screen here. That's doing it by itself. It's intelligently going, okay, here's your target that you've set. Here's what we're going to try, and we're going to do our best algorithmically to keep that volume where it belongs. That's why this is such a great program, great VST instrument, great VST plugin. Sorry. So we're going to try and pull that up there. And we can do a lot of stuff with this. We can say, okay, we want it a bit louder, but we need to listen back in context of the track, so let's bring everything back. Actually, let's just bring just the drums back. Maybe bring the target up slightly. And we're going to take it off for a second to listen to it. And back on. Immediately, I heard even that top register, the top key, wasn't where it should have been. And we want the response to be fast, the sensitivity pretty high, because we're not slamming that bass for the sensitivity to really be picked up that well. Can adjust the amount of artifacts. Not entirely sure what that does. I would say probably from the processing, there's a little bit of audio taken away. Spill over. Aha, so here's where you can kind of, I mean, really we want this kind of in the middle, to be honest. Maybe just here. So to me, that sounds a little bit tighter than what we had it. Now the only thing is, you got to play around with this thing too, because honestly, we've got this bass rider sitting, it's the fourth thing that's in this little rack here. We've got channel EQ, we got bass amp, compressor, then we got bass rider. It's pretty cool, yeah. It's definitely one of the coolest things. Now, the order in which you have these effects order does make a difference. Say, for instance, like if we're going through channel EQ and that's already knocking down the bass a bit, well, obviously, that's going to affect the response that this plugin all the way down the line is going to be able to pick up and read from. Same thing with the bass amp. It's not going to get the signal as it's coming in. It's going to have to pass through the bass amp. Same thing, it's going to have to pass through the compressor. So what should we actually do you think, CJ? I'm going to quiz you. and we can change the order of these. So what do you think should come first? It's like, just take a wild guess. Okay, all right, that's fine, and that's a good answer, because sometimes it matters, the order. Sometimes it matters less, but in this instance, the first thing we want to have in the chain is the bass rider itself. Because as the signal comes in from the bass guitar, we want the volume responding naturally to the plug-in. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to take bass rider and we're going to pull him right up here to the very top, and that is the first thing in our chain, and it's made the bass rider disappear. So, but yeah, no, that's totally fine. So now when we listen back, let me bring the bass rider back because it disappeared on me. It's because of OBS, obviously, but all right. Okay, there's bass rider back. All right, let's listen to it first with it off, and then we're gonna chunk it back on there. I'm going to pop it on. Now, one thing I will remark on, now that we've turned it on, you can kind of hear, you may be able to hear like some of these initial attack transients are being knocked down too quickly. And when it's not kind of sounding as natural as it could. So here's where we can kind of, okay, we've got our target set. We like the volume where it's at. But then we can come into the sensitivity thing here and we can go, okay, maybe it's responding too quickly. We still want that initial attack transient to be preserved because we want it to sound natural, but still staying within range, floating within the volume range that we want. So we're going to take it back and we're going to restart. I'm going to turn that sensitivity down, maybe even turn it on slow. Now, one thing about this, though, it's a little bit deceptive because we're not exactly sure if by what it means by low and high sensitivity, and because this is not like on a gradient where the little knob is, we don't know if that's intensity of the effect or if it's focusing on the low frequency of the bass or if it's focusing on the high frequency of the bass. We're not sure. So I'm going to turn it all the way up to the high frequency and see if it's just breaking it apart too much. Aside from Googling the whole thing, which I should be doing. Now we're going to turn on low. I'm thinking probably keep it somewhere around here. And again, without the effect. And see here. Yeah, so when I had that turned off, my note wasn't quite doing what I wanted it to do. So I think we'll keep the program on. And that sounds fairly natural. It's not perfect, but again, if we're going to be able to hear the notes, it's best to leave it on. Now that we've got that, I'm going to turn the overall track down though, because it's a little bit heavy in the ears. Let's move that back a little bit. Maybe turn the sensitivity up. That was a bit of a weak note back there. Some instances, there's not much you can really do. I think it sounds fine. Now back with in context. The objective here is to, over the span of the track, we listen to what the bass rider's doing, and if it's not quite hitting the target where we want it to, then we kind of have to say, okay, the only way to rectify this is we go in, we raise the individual gain of the sample, and that's all we can do. Until now, it's doing a fairly decent job. So let's go on to a really bass heavy part here, like near the end, and see how well that can kind of tame where I've gone nuts. Let's come over here. Okay, so to me, it's a marked improvement. I'll keep the bass rider on there for the time being. I may change my mind, come down to the mix down process, because oftentimes with this early rock sound, sometimes things weren't just quite there. And if you have it too much there, then it kind of just sounds too ultra polished. What would be good is if they had a mix knob on some of these plugins, where you could just mix in enough of where it was actually responding to it. But that's fine. I mean, what it's doing is fine to me. I think that's totally usable. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to stop thinking about the bass rider. We're going to turn it off, and we're going to leave the effect on, but I'm going to turn it off on the OBS here. And we're just going to kind of take a little step back here, because there's a phenomena that happens, and those of you in the know will know about this. But you can get so focused and so ingrained into these technical things, and you're just listening to one thing so intently, but you're not taking a step back and listening to how the thing's behaving as a whole. You know, much like a painting or anything else, if you focus on, well, how's the whole thing, you know, how's everything working? So let's take a breather for a second and then go, all right, let's move back and let's replay the track with the new bass on it. Oh yeah, I had it turned off. Yeah, thank you. So we were up to the piano now, and it just sounded a little bit too bass heavy in the ear. So I opted to just come in with the EQ and knock it down just a little bit. Let's just solo it for a second. And again, we don't want too much destruction. We just want probably about there. A be that. And it is removing, you can probably hear it's removing a little bit from the side, or from the middle, sorry. So it's working with that mid only. Just a little bit more, just a slight little bit more clarity that in the end, it can make a big difference. So we're going to bring that back into context. We're going to pull up the let's try something here. Let's go to high shelf just to give it a bit of air. Now, not really doing what I wanted to do. It seems to just add a bit of noise, and that's because the piano is a little bit too softly recorded. So in situations like this, yeah, you might want it, but you got to think about the cons. It's going to introduce a bit of noise, a bit of hiss there, so just leave it alone. Or what you could do is you can find that maybe you can bring up the shelf and put a low pass on there. Remembering that the body of the sound is in the mids. So don't ever go scooping your mids out or anything, because that's where the tonality, that's where the voice of the instrument, every instrument is. So back in the context. Okay, so I'm kind of happy with the meat in the middle, so to speak. I think everything is behaving pretty well, at least through the cans. Sounds fine to me. Again, the general principle here is with each instrument, if it's not anything particularly having to do with bass, if it doesn't, general rule is, if it's not a bass guitar and you don't have a specific purpose for that to be bassy, like say for instance the piano, you see how much we've cut the piano from the I'll bring that back up here. We've cut the lows, and we've kind of shaped the highs a little bit. Let's bring that EQ back onto the screen. There we go. So this is our piano, and anything that isn't like a bass heavy instrument that you don't want to be acting as a bass, cut it. If you don't need it, get rid of it. Because the general rule of thumb is all that is going to build up and build up and build up and build up. In the end, the more instruments you put on there, the less instruments you put on, you don't have to worry about so much. But if it's not serving the mix, generally want to shape it, even if you don't cut it, shape it to where the fundamental frequencies are going to be more proud than, something that isn't going to actually serve the music. And we wanted the highs to be just a little bit of a poke out there, so that's what we did. Okay, so then we want to focus now on these little intro instruments, the mellotron and the bells. So we're going to bring them together here. So the mellotron, and we have to listen to it in context before we do anything, because I get the instinct, my instinct tells me that the mellotron comes in a little bit too hot. So we might need to work on that, just with gain. Here we go. Yeah, especially here. So what we might actually do, we could actually put a rider, a volume rider, a fader rider on that one. What I'm actually inclined to do is come in and we're going to actually cut, and we're going to look at how we might be able to shape this with gain just a little bit. Because here, it's getting a little bit too loud for comfort, so maybe what are we willing to do with that? So we're going to come into region up here. We're taking the wrong parameter down, so we got to come back over here. Okay, so we're going to try and bring that to where it's just audible. So we're going to knock it down -5 dB. And we want it just, kind of just in the ear a little bit. Because at the moment it's just, I don't know, it's just doing something in the mid-range that I don't like. I'm going to bring it up. Try it again. So we're now at -3.6. The only problem is when we have it at this volume, we're not getting those, there's more information there. There's more information in the lows. And so the further down we go in volume, we're kind of losing that. So what can we do to possibly remedy that? We can try an EQ. so we can add an EQ to it. So let's come up here and see what an EQ can do for us. Let's bring the EQ up on screen. Okay, there we go. There's the EQ for the Mellotron. So let's just go ahead and reset all this. I don't know why this is like this. Let's get rid of that. Certainly don't want to be scooping the middle. And let's say, for instance, we don't want to low cut, but we kind of actually want to boost a little bit of the low end information, because that's where we're getting this nice, there's a string section under there that's getting buried. So let's play around with that. Let's just loop it for a second. Probably about there. And it's actually, now that we stopped the recording, it's more so that it's the reverb that's getting eaten up. The natural reverb that's on the instrument is getting eaten up. So let's just let's crank that a little bit. So we're at 23. We're going up to 33. We'll take it higher. Just gonna go even higher. And at this stage, it'll have to do, because sometimes what you find is you'll record something, it sounds great, and then you come to find, well, you know, now it's sounding a little bit harsh. We want something a little bit more deep and lush and that kind of thing. And honestly, at that stage, you've already baked it into things. It is what it is. My philosophy is just kind of keep it. If you don't like it, bury it. If you want to enhance it, enhance it. But I think it's okay. It's not meant to be, and keeping in mind too, if we're sticking with old school approach, oftentimes all the great recording artists, they wanted to emulate some of these big string quartets and things, and all they had to work with is a Mellotron. They just didn't have access to an orchestra, and or it was just too expensive, or they didn't have time to put together the people to do it. So one of those things. I'm going to listen back to it again, because I want it sitting there, but I don't want it overpowering the organ, and I don't want it overpowering the piano. And honestly, I can't even hear the piano right now. No, I can. But it's one of those things. Okay, let's take it out. Let's take it out. So the piano is just off in the nether region there. So maybe we need to just adjust the gain on the piano. So let's come in. Let's go. Okay. To this part here, when the intro ends, let's bring it up. Okay, so about there. Because then the organ goes away, and then the gain can kind of settle back down to where it needs to be. Okay, so we're going to work with the piano gain. We're just going to bring the gain up on the piano. We're going to go in increments of 2 decibels. Go up. 2 dB. There we go. Listen back in context. I'm going to bump it a little bit higher, 2.5. That's probably about where I should sit. Now we bring back in the mellotron. Let's turn it down. Turn the mellotron down, turn the gain down. We want it kind of barely audible. Somewhere in between barely audible and sitting there, just supporting the piano, just like a cloud. There we go. I think we got it. Now we could pan it to the middle. We've done that now. We panned it to the middle. Does it work though? It gets out of the way of the piano. But again, it's too loud. It's going to bump it down back to minus 5 dB. There. But you know what? For some reason, I don't like it sitting in the middle. I don't know why, but it seems to throw off. It's throwing off the drums and the bass. It's clouding it too much. Let's pan it hard right or hard left, depending on what side your earphones are on. Here we go. Hard left or hard right. Now it's sitting with the organ. It's annoying the fuck out of the organ. Hang on. I don't know. It could sit with the organ, even though the organ's trying to do its own thing. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm over here trying to do these rip-roaring things, and I got this mellotron sitting there bugging the shit out of me. So maybe let's put it back with the piano. We're trying to find a place for the mellotron. It's a bit sad. I feel like the mellotron. I'm the mellotron when I was a kid. You know what? Hard panned with the piano doing something. Maybe bring it back in slightly, maybe to 40, minus 40. Let's try it again. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. All right, we're going to go to the ending now. Here we go. Now, here's the silly thing. It works in the beginning for the intro being panned with the piano, but now for the ending, it's not working. Why is that? It's because the piano is doing something important and it's masking the piano. So what we're going to do then is we're going to go ahead and we're going to duplicate the track. We're going to put it on a totally separate track because I hate automation. I don't trust automation, at least in this instance. We're going to new track with duplicate settings, and we're going to bring that all the way down to the new track, and we're going to pan that in a different direction. So we want this just to sit in the right spot. So we're going to go. All right. So this one up here is panned where we want it. So it's minus 40 on the pan here, on to the left or the right. It's on the left here. So this one, let's figure out where we want it. So let's play from here. Go dead center for a second. Maybe dead center is not bad for this part. I don't know. I'm still having problems. Maybe put it a little bit with the organ. Bring the gain down slightly. It'll have to do. Yeah, okay. And again, we want to come down here where the piano is, because the piano is doing something important. We want to boost it. Find a nice place to cut and boost. Probably there. Hang on. Probably here. This is a tough thing because aside from using automation, which we could, I mean, honestly, but I don't know. I'm favoring the gain over doing the... damn it. Okay, whenever the going gets tough with hearing it, then we'll boost. Probably there. Okay. Here we go. Give us 3. Give us a bit more. Now, I'll remark that the organ... Oh, I've cut the organ. I've been boosting and cutting the organ. There we go, now we can hear the piano again. That's fine. One thing we do have to fix is that ride symbol. Got a little bit of a problem there, so let's see if we can just get some ride in there. So we're happy with the drums. I'm thinking, let's go and cut out just a few things here and there. Let's go. I'm fairly well happy with them, so I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that. Come down here and get rid of this. So we can fix the ride section. Try and get it to sound natural. Just that one little cut there that we have a problem, so okay, that's fine. Here we go. See if we can knock this out. All right, tell you what, let's get rid of all this. And then, let's find the problem, which is sitting Here we go. Let's drop in. Okay. Now with any luck we can sort of fade that and get it to work. So I think we're here. Let's cut there, get rid of this stuff on the side. Oh, no problem. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate your input. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, where are we at? This is where this particular program falls short, unfortunately. I think that was okay. All right, let's listen back. Remember, we have to. We're gonna have to really work that fade to get this to work. Oh, maybe that's okay. That's okay. I can live with that. And now we want to boost those bells. Those bells got buried. I knew they were. Those last two notes, they're way too high. Let's bring them down. And you'd be surprised at the amount of difference it makes. These little adjustments. That's fine. Honestly, I think that's got it for that. I don't think that needs anything else. So again, let's listen. What was that? I don't like that. Let's fix that. I don't like that at all. So do we need to, this is the other thing, do we need to reverse the base? It's going to gain. And let's maybe phase rotate this. Not doing anything for me.
ourselves, is that enough? Alright, so that's the practice. Let's get it a little bit longer.
Yeah, yeah. I think I like that better. Yeah, it's a bit more tame, especially towards the end. Probably just want to broaden that just a little bit. And it's sounding really good low volume, let me tell you. I wonder. Can we shape this even further? We might be able to. Ooh. No. However, Nah, losing too much information if we do that. Kind of this resonant thing happening. I don't know where it's coming from. Just want to say something for a minute. Probably want to steer clear of that. It sounds cool, but it's kind of taken away our midsection. Honestly, I think it's probably as good as it's going to get. I wish that. I mean, that's what the multipressor is anyway. But I think one of them is enough. Yeah, that's sitting right where it should sit. And we're actually pushing even higher on here on the master fader, so let's bring that down slightly. And that volume was really just for effect anyhow, so sounding really nice at low volume. Yep, okay, so that's pretty much it then. So what we'll have to do, which is the unfortunate, stupid thing, is just have to take another quick look at these drums. I think we could probably align these slightly better, I'm thinking. So let's just take it back. And even maybe just mute these and see if we can get it to behave just a little bit better. Okay. Okay. So. Well. I think that's the one. Okay. I don't see anything else that needs doing. So, let's say we just let me do that, and okay. All right, so first of all, drums. And let's look and see if the tilt is on. Is the tilt on? I want to turn the tilt off. Actually, first and foremost, let's do a full mix on this because it's sounding so good already, and then let's back up the individuals without the tilt, of course, and specify that there is no tilt. So a project selection. All right, this is. Message not sent. First mix. No tilt. It's always fun getting to this stage. It really is. And finally getting to just put it all through, and then you're like, yeah, cool. We have a reference track. We have a good. And things are just getting better and better all the time with these mixes, because we're learning, keeping an open mind, listening, and we know the source that it needs to be put out through. So that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Once that's done, we can start looking at bouncing the individual ones again. We do have them from before, but we just want to make sure we get the new ones now, because some things have changed, so that's fine. All right, there's that one there. And just for the hell of it, let's do one with a tilt now. So this is now I'm going to bounce this, and this is same thing with tilt. So we're going to go with tilt. All right, so we're gonna keep. I think we're just gonna keep this tilt off for now, and then we're gonna, like I said, do the drums first. So let's get our tone there. Okay. So, no tilt, bounce. It's a pain in the ass doing this, but I know that eventually I'm going to want them. I'm going to want the stems, or at least the individual tracks. I mean, they're not really stems per se. I mean, there's some baked in processing happening there, but that's how I want it to be. I mean, they really should be coming into the doll like that from the source, to be honest, to get it to really shine. But I think it's doing just fine as it is. All right, and now let's get the mellotron all kicked in. Should we go mellotron and bells? You know what? It's tempting. I'd like to just group them together because just on principle, but let me just, yeah, probably not. So bounce, project selection, mellotron. So I'm going to go or mellotron. It's just too much work sitting here, to be honest. But you want a good result, that's what it's going to have to be, you know, you got to do it. That's how much I feel for your breath. Alright. Now just the bells. Alright. Bounce the selection. And I'm kind of quietly happy about this. I get quietly happy about things like this. This is working really nicely. This is how it happens too. These tracks, so often they just come out of nowhere, and I'm glad when they happen. So the bells are bouncing. Then the bass. Can't forget the bass. Alright. Alright, cool. So bass now. And two, though, this is the thing. I have to say, I'm happy that I'm working on music that only involves maybe 8 tracks at a time. I'm not working with 16 tracks or anything like that, or anything crazy. 8 tracks tops. Mostly it's 4 or 5. And just getting those core ingredients right, with the sounding just nice and crisp. And yeah, that's what we want. So, okay, we're at the piano now. So we're gonna go bounce. Okay. P-N-O for piano. It's not really a tilt in the classic sense either. It's really, I mean, that will the actual tilt will come later. This is more of just cutting the bass and rolling those highs off at a suitable point. And I mean, there's a very slight tilt happening, but it's only so subtle. So yeah. Okay, the last instrument coming up is the Hammond organ. And I'll be happy to have these new stems as well, by the way, because the first lot was fine. That can be utilized for something. But this lot is like gold, so that's good. It's one down. Now let's come up here to the Hammond organ. This is the final one to bounce, so looking good. So we go bounce selection. And we're going to go ORG for organ. And to think about it too, I think what might actually happen is we might be looking at this, if we're not careful, a little bit too top heavy. So we really want to keep that in mind. I don't think we're going to have a problem with the low end at all. We might even put out a master as well, so. Okay, well that's actually got it. What I want to do now is I want to get in the habit of actually whacking all these new tracks onto the timeline again as they've been exported. So we're going to go import, audio file, and we're going to go to the desktop. And all of these here. That's the mix. Won't let me actually do multiple files. Let's do the drums first then, okay. we're looking at 6 tracks then. Let's put 7 to be safe. Alright, so we want then okay, let's try this then. Right. What the hell happened to the drums? Now, these drums, for some reason, were clipping in the analog domain.
let's get it a little bit longer.
I think that will do it for the evening. Yeah.